Hello. I guess it's Sucro time. I've been doing a joke, mostly for myself, for the entirety of Stormblood so far, where all of the pre-stream music is from tactics games that are not Final Fantasy Tactics. And this joke has been leading all the way to, I want to play the Fire Emblem Heroes main theme where they say Fire Emblem before the Final Fantasy Tactics dungeon because I think that is funny. This is a joke for me mostly. But hello, would you like to hear what it would sound like if Fire Emblem was in Mario Kart? Because the Fire Emblem's premium arrange of that theme just sounds like a Mario Kart track. Doesn't it? It's not just me that thinks this, surely. I think they should put Fire Emblem in Mario Kart. I think that would be funny. I race with my friends. Anyway. Oh wait, no. I have to say I race with my friends. Ah, I forgot to make it look at Final Fantasy XIV. There it is. It could also be the opening of a Super Sentai. I guess Fire Emblem Engage is kind of the opening of it, is kind of a Super Sentai, actually. Here we are in the inn. Sucro's been taking a nap for a little while, I guess. It's fine. In the opening of Fire Emblem Engage, they actually shout, "Emblem, engage!" I think. It's got like an anime intro where they yell that. So I'm pretty sure that it is kind of a Super Sentai show. Probably. But anyway. Hello. Sucro's voice sounds weird in that emote. That's fine. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. It's been a little while, because I haven't been feeling that well. I'm still not feeling that well, but like, I gotta do this eventually, right? And by this I mean the Mambo emote. And nothing else, clearly. But anyway. What do the funny retainers have? Code of Healing. Endwalker Scythe. Endgame Scholar Weapon. And some Earrings of Fending, which would be helpful if it wasn't for earrings being ridiculous. Like, because we've got Minfina's earring, which will be the only earring we need for a very many time. And by that I mean like within like 7 levels we might be able to switch to a different earring. But anyway. Who's ready for Alliance raids that I haven't seen before, and also a lot of reading that may or may not be in the style of the PSP version of Final Fantasy Tactics, known as the War of the Lions. I typoed that as Wario of the Lions earlier today, like 30 minutes ago or so, when talking to someone. And I thought you should know that. I could have teleported directly to over here, but I didn't, apparently. But that's fine. Dramatis Personae. Caton knows of someone seeking your acquaintance. Also, I don't know if you can see it from here. No, you can't, but we did see the airship. Like, from a roof or something previously. Welcome, milady. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. Gasp. What's up? And here she is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I'm Lena Muraila, the correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my exposé on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. Gasp. Thinking. Nod. No, I'm here because, actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I'm but an observer. Alma, come, I found her! Final Fantasy Tactics music begins. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Nod. Hello. Did I say hello and welcome to everybody? Probably. Indeed it is. Nod. Well, not nod. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's all right, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. Nod. You're always welcome here. You can buy, you can obtain a version of Alma's hair and outfit on the Mog Station. Or are they even calling that the Mog Station anymore? I think they kind of just refer to that part as the online store sometimes, but I'm not sure. The Mog Station might be separate. Sob. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Wait. Gate Guard Minegumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Thank you for coming, Sucro. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. I guess maybe this does throw you in pretty quickly? I'm not sure. I expect a million billion words at all points in the questline. Here we go. Wow, an airship that you have to take a smaller airship to get to? What'll they think of next? Final Fantasy Tactics menu music begins. Paint. Decorations. This is a theater ship, so they are making props. This makes sense. Just in case you need a giant flower for your stage set. Or a carrot. Here we've got costumes, presumably. Wait, really? Huh. I guess so. But the important question is always, can you sit on the couch? Yes. What else we got around here? Statues and whatnot. Dancing. Not now, I'm practicing my lines in my head. I've no words for you, stranger. Very well. More costumes and whatnot. Many combs. Makeup tables and the like. Funny stones. A weaver cutting pieces for weaving. Presumably a carpenter who is in charge of making some of the props. Hello. Don't be shy, you've nothing to fear from us. Well, most of us. Welcome to the Prima Vista, the most luxurious theater barge in all of the land. The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the Majestic Imperial Theater Company. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least no known spies. Don't say things like that. Final Fantasy Tactics music again. Ask anyone and they will readily attest the Majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact outside Garlemald, at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Oh, I didn't even look up. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. This boat is Solus's fault. That's true. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it's banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders? Well, they're never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options. Compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The Principal of the Majestic, however, chose a 3rd option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely, in ostensibly unpolitical works. Classic playwright maneuver, honestly. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bas Lexentale, daughter of Principal Genomus Sin Lexentale. Mayhap you've heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story. On the surface, it's an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention, but beneath it's something quite different. In fact, the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. Classic ESRB or equivalent maneuver of not catching anything. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe. And by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. Sucro question. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here, right? Allow me, Lena. What? It's just regular Sid. I was expecting a different Sid for a second. Why does Sid get this theme? Hello, regular Sid. I've known Genomus since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. I guess there is a large airship, so of course Sid would be, connected to this. Genomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troupe was to be his path into the people's hearts. Hey, now that a character we recognize, though I think Lena Muraila might have been somewhere else in the story as well, maybe, but now that a character we recognize has appeared, we can tell pretty clearly that the writer for this is different. I don't think Sid normally talks like this. Clearly, the theater ship has an aura of making you talk fancy. But yeah, I think this is probably like the actual tactics writers or whatever. But there's gonna be a lot of words, I think. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. They had someone on the Final Fantasy XIV staff watching the tactics writers write this, and they're like, don't forget to say must needs at least once. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamigan or a Doman who's watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father, and in Garlean territory, no less? But you're different. You've seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? Either I could never turn my back on a damsel in distress, or I would make a poor adventurer were I to shy from adventure. I don't think either of these is the Sucro answer, but I think maybe this one for now. Sucro would probably just say, I want to help people more plainly than that. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Nod. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. Ah, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Please, follow me. Nod. Did you carpet your elevator? I guess that's not a weird thing to do. Your carpeted airship elevator. Is that normal? Oh hey, a phasmoscape or whatever. Except probably not. Probably just a view screen. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that's where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed he discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. This is the plot of Final Fantasy Tactics, kind of. A second hero? According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the Pauper's rise to Regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It's long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nangxia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Poor Dalmasca, the kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others. Shiny. My father called them auracite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent! That was like a slow motion Mikote Joy emote. Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather auracite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that's all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how the auracite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research. and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Shake head. Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Here comes a jerk! Warning. This guy sucks. I've heard that he sucks less later, but also he sucks. I may have seen like some of this intro sequence before, but I don't think I did the first dungeon. But also I just distinctly remember this guy sucks. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce. Enough, Master Cid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. The land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character. And all the time I've known her, she's never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. You are lucky to have her. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. Is this dialogue different if you do Omega first? It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I'm sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivalician legend began with the trip to the antediluvian city, long before the war. Call it a premonition, which I feel like is maybe the name of this song, but I forget. But something tells me, actually I think that's the name of some other song somewhere. But it might be one of the Final Fantasy Tactics ones. I got distracted by that. But something tells me that's where he's returned. Now you must excuse me, I need some time to think. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Sucro's capable hands. She's ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness. Nod. Nod. Seems like I was correct about the amount of dialogue that might exist in this. Anyway, even though we haven't actually done anything yet, I do need to BRB. Oh, looks like Mama Shiva got defeated. That's fine.
To the stars. This is the culprit. Both dexter and sinister. Try throwing a brick.
Destroy!
No, I missed a destroyed redeem. That makes sense. Because Mama Shiva has been destroyed. Hello. I have returned. I might have to step away semi-frequently today as my health is not doing too great at the moment. But that's fine. It's important to take frequent breaks anyway. Welcome to ship. Also known as boat. Many people are here. Oh no. Hey Ramza. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca. Thanks, I freaking guess. It's safe to assume that all music in this questline is from either Tactics or 12, but I think it's mostly Tactics. Yeah, this is definitely Tactics. It's probably all Tactics. Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. There might be some 12? Okay, fair enough. This is like part of the intro sequence to Tactics, I believe, this song. Not the quest accepted jingle, but just the music that was happening. There we go. I realized that the fan on my desk was possibly loud. I don't know. Probably not audible at all. Idle chatter on the couch while we wait. Suddenly everyone's standing up and over here. We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. Nod. I prepared notes on the various bosses, by the way, of this raid series. Oh, I just missed a little bit of what was happening because I was looking at a notepad document. Probably some head shaking and so on. Ramza! Thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. That's the wrong button. Come, we are wasting time. The royal city of Rabanastre. I think I might have gotten to this point and then not done the raid. Or something like that. Or maybe I saw brief footage of someone else playing the raid. Yeah. Who knows where we are, other than the royal city of Rabanastre. Gasp. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal capital of Lysalia, capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Ha, your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Yeah, okay, whatever, Ramza. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Tsukuro's just like, already tired of this. Scanning the horizon. I tried to press the Steam screenshot button instead. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it's time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Nod. Camera is panning. Meanwhile, behind a tree. You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Also tactics music, by the way. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool, do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light. Gasp. Yes, exactly 24 adventures, no more, no less. The royal city of Rabanastre is now accessible. Well. To Rabanastre! Hold on, father. Help is on its way. You cannot expect me to walk away from this. If the legend of Ivalice is true, the public has a right to know. Well, let's see. Just give me one moment.
In honor of this being a FF12 location, my name is Bash von Ronsenberg.
I think your name is Calico. Ah, I do think I've heard of that moment. Before we begin, I'm gonna BRB again real quick. Alright. Well, I guess we'll go. I wonder if I should ever be reading the descriptions here. Eh. And now we wait. Average wait time, 14 minutes. $17 minutes. More like 1 minute, really. Well, this is also a song from Tactics, as you might imagine. They've got quite a lively crew over here. I bet my portrait isn't going to work. It might. Unable to retrieve glamour plate data. Okay, it's not going to work. Oh, it did work. Those are no ordinary birds. Wait, we're fighting a boss instantly? Something foul prevents our crossing. Wear its numbing breath. You do not fear me? You will. Oh, jeez. Who's the main tank here? Help. I think we need to stand on these, right? I also need to gather 2 orbs, I think. Mateus is unusually complicated compared to every single other boss in, like, Rabanastre, at least. Also, I haven't played this game in a little bit, so, like... Okay, I'll stand where the other tank is. It seems I'm not the main tank right now, so I should probably at least draw the attention of some of these. Alright, I think this needs to die. Well, okay, I guess that's fine. What? I only barely comprehend anything that's happening. I've been called a petty creature. Alright, I know that touching these is bad. And also that they make cones. I guess. Well, okay. I'm Alliance C. I'm gonna go ahead and press need on all tank gear that appears, just in case. Seek bandits! It appears the deplorable creatures are here to raid abandoned homes. Dromsa, don't be racist. Seek are definitely from 12. Release the birds! So they were also in Tactics Advance 2. I am, of course, missing quite a lot of random incidental dialogue. By the way, red chocobos cast Meteor. Wait, these are all mimics also? But why the... Someone got the achievement, let the bodies hit the floor. My father mentioned the Empire might be using their might to put down rebellions within the city, but this destruction is too widespread. What if that creature we fought earlier? Another example of the twisted others. This is not the work of the Empire. Something is wrong here. Hashmal, bringer of order. Without order, creation is doomed to descend into chaos. I bring that order. You will kneel. Hello. I'm afraid of the raid of Ivalice. A little bit. But I only sort of understand anything about what's happening. I took notes on all of the boss fights, but at the same time, the cleansing flame will seal all wounds. Oh, you can go down the center of the map with that, okay. The land seeks order will not suffer the chaos you peddle, nor will I. Oh, I guess. Okay. Oh. Oh. Wait. Wait, why am I the only one alive in my alliance? What's happening? It's fine, I'll solo the boss. Lamau. This is not gonna work out, for the record. Once mana hits 100, that's a wipe, so... Wait, that didn't kill the other person. Why are they alive? Oh, I could have used an invulnerability, probably, maybe. Yeah. I can't help but notice that we have Seidu Heaven's Flame on our team right now. Maybe I was a little bit too worried about this raid though, because I think as a tank, I probably have to care less about mechanics in general. Oh, right. We have to destroy the series. Why am I using Clemency? I'm a tank, not a healer. Because I have it. Because I thought the other healers might be worried about other things rather than healing. At the moment, I guess. I think I have something for when someone else is tank buster. But that's obviously more difficult to use on a different alliance, so. Hooray! Scary! Wait, that's not Seidu Heaven's Flame, that's someone who has Heaven's Flame as their last name. We're rich! Says the Sikh bandit. Mushroom, we're rich. Mushroom, etc. This treasure chest is a, yeah. Rock and stone. That's right. Whee! Yeah, for the record, I'm pretty sure at this point that I've definitely never actually played this dungeon myself. I might have seen, like, some fragment of it at some point. Puzzle time? Welcome to the Garamsith Waterway. These tunnels are said to have existed before even the Kingdom of Dalmasca was born. As the city rose, the channels were widened and new outlets dug. I would venture that some of the pools are so deep, no one alive has ever seen their bottoms. Okay. Okay. Sure. Wait, did we do something? I don't understand what the puzzle is. I'm already confused. I don't know that there's a puzzle. What does the Sky Pirate have to say about this? Only in a leap will he prove his worth. Okay. I'm just following everyone else. The gateway opens, revealing a new route through the waterways. Okay, weird. Like, I didn't notice where you could choose incorrectly. I didn't notice the puzzle aspect of it. Anyway. These ruins were no longer in Rabanastre, my friends. This is the Thalia of Ivalician legend. The creatures here are not mere beasts or void scent. The secrets that lie beyond must be once worth keeping. Okay. Hark, what army marches on Rovokal's demesnes? Ill fortune will befall all who dare gaze upon me, or whatever. It's fine. I just noticed on the alliances, you can see who has the aggro. On like the small alliance windows, there's a tiny, tiny red border around the main tank. That's cool, I guess. An inescapable hell awaits you all. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. I've been standing next to the gunbreakers. Oh. Okay. I'll use Provoke right after they get tank busted. Like a cool person who knows what they're doing. Oh. That's the best way I can help other Alliance tanks, since it's so difficult for me to target them. Oh, that's... I need to go to Alliance C's demon. Ow. The heavens tremble in my wake. I love to shout things like that as I do donuts in the parking lot of the ancient city. Or whatever. The aura sight, gaze upon its undying brilliance and no true fear. I mean, I guess I probably don't need to provoke, but there's no harm in doing that either, I would think. I think they've stolen aggro back from me at this point as well anyway, so... I'll help you try it out at some point if you would like. That would be no problem at all. I'm probably gonna have to run this multiple times to get, like, glamour stuff, for example. And I'm learning that it's not actually that scary for me, so it would be fine. Always willing to help you out, Rika. Yeah, alright, that tank buster's acceptable, I guess. Oh, and someone provoked away in return, I think. I'm guessing one person stands on all of these. No? Interact. Oh, you have to interact with them. I thought they were standing places. Ah, to die a good death. I was rolling on the loot. Oh, maybe got a card. The air feels wrong. Can't you sense it? Something, something. Couldn't read that dialogue fast enough. Anyway, hey there, Argath.
Who dares disturb the slumber?
Whoa, voice acting?
Argath Adalphus, rightful king of Ivalice.
Shut up, Argath, you suck. Is it to be a fight then? I'm only too happy to oblige. Oh.
Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
They've rushed in while I'm still in the cutscene. I guess that's fine.
I am the truth. from which you run.
Oh. Okay, so that means we have to listen to what...
You will be judged.
Okay. So divine face means, like, listen to the instructions, and demon face means do the opposite. So it's divine again. We're being told to look away.
You will be
I
judged.
think.
Kneel and repent.
I'm going to assume that this is also a song from Tactics, but I don't recognize it specifically. Yeah, it definitely is. This is the part where they're like, haha, remember how everything in Tactics targets squares? Isn't that cool? Crawl forth from the shadows, my pet.
You are the blood to stay the circle. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots!
If you say so.
You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing.
You've yet to witness the Arsite's true might.
I am the lies upon which you sup.
Okay, that means do the opposite. So now we have to look.
You will be judged.
Nice of Argat to only have one instruction, which is look or
Your
don't.
claim to life is forfeit.
Alright. Oh. That's funny.
You are the blood to stay the circle.
That visual indicator of temporary misdirection is so not the game's art style that it's really funny.
You will be judged.
I think I also heard Mikote voice 5. Wow! Wee Wow! Okay, so... Oh, I see other people are getting different instructions, actually. I won something.
The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Oh, does this only, like, let you move in the direction that it's pointing and it stops once you start moving? I see. I wasn't fully understanding it. I thought it was just mixing up my controls for some reason. My rotation has gotten a bit out of sync, but that's fine.
The gods have no eyes for cattle. Fool is the dog who bares his teeth before his mouth, like sheep before the wolf.
Oh, I got the overlapping voice lines. Oh, right. At least one person needs to stand on all of these. Hooray! Zodiac Thriller.
This body, it is not my own.
Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Oh, that's cute. I didn't know there was Final Fantasy Tactics victory music in these. I didn't expect that touch. I love it. The royal city of Rabanastre completed. Battle spoils, 3,000 gil. Probably some other shit. I guess I need all these. Greed, 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 need. I will at least get the gauntlets, I guess. That's very silly. Wait, I have a venture coffer I never opened. Oh, I can't open it here. I can use this though. I guess this person gets a commendation. What do you think, Ramza? All right. I got one commendation. Sucro, look at funny rock. Funny rock. Probably shouldn't be holding up this rock. Gasp. Surprise. Where am I? Father! Ramza, and the Warrior of Light? Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. Surprise! Gasp. The Banga are here. At least 3 of them. Ha 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 ha, laughter. The term you're looking for is thank you, upon which note I, Bagamnan, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Backgammon, I guess, basically. Now hand over the Auracite, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick, Gijuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one, she will bring it to me. Sucro does not like this situation. Nod. Definitely a lot going on with the animation and like the face animation and stuff in this raid series cutscene so far. Smile. I guess they didn't want Sucro to bring that because Sucro could just like stab and kill by being close range to them. That's a symbol of something. Don't do that. Yes, this is it, the Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma, the Duma of Doma. Did you just shoot someone for making a terrible joke? I guess you did. Enough, Bwagi. We would not have our guests think us underbred. What does that mean? You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. Ramza, if you've ever played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, you know not to call them lizards. Of course, a Banga is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though. I guess they don't care. I guess it only applied to some of them in Tactics Advance. I love books. Gasp. Father! Presumably that's like the manuscript for the... Oh no! You've only yourselves to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that they're listening. Okay, so they did reference it. Get up, fool, we're leaving. Wait. Okay, not dead, just shot. Zuko is not happy with the situation. You're going to be all right. I guess so. We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. God, the gun emote is pretty funny. Well, it looks like Jinomi Sin Lexentail is taking a nap. At this point, I will BRB once again. Hello. I am here again. After, let's see, it's been about an hour and a half of time to complete the first part of this raid. I could probably do more. After playing as a tank in the first section of it, I do feel more confident in that regard. So at least there's that. But let's see what's going on over here. Groan. Father, wake up, Father. Please, Mother, don't take him from us yet. He is unchanged. Anyone else have anything to say about all this? Words cannot express my gratitude for the part you played in the principal's rescue. Ramza insists he will make a full recovery, though after what happened to his mother Tia, what else could he say? There's more people dancing over here. The others tell me you risked your life to save Genomius, a Garlean citizen. Perhaps your view of us Imperials is less simplistic than I'd assumed. You have my thanks for aiding young Ramza in the principal's rescue. The entire company, hey, the entire world is in your debt. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, huh? Now is not the time to be practicing with the principal unconscious? Nonsense, now's the perfect time to practice. I want this performance to be flawless by the time he comes to. When I think about the principal lying there, the muscle in my heart aches. Yeah, alright. I'm glad people think I am doing great. Listen, what if Genomius isn't truly unconscious at all? What if he's feigning his death-like torpor to demonstrate his mastery of the craft? Well? I think that'd be kind of funny, actually. But, Genomius remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid, I hope you don't mind. Presumably. Unless it's more of a metaphorical heart. Instead of, like, the actual physical heart. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid, it was never my intention to put you to such trouble. I'm ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genomius. Besides, it was Sucro here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's her. Smile. He's right. I've done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. So if I understand correctly, you're saying Aurosite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Azel and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that is the case, our Sharlayan allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Hyrule, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But as I have discovered, there was another. 2 others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, to prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalice and a legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. Shake head, shrug. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. I was thinking for a second, because Alma's not the one who dies, right? That's Tetra. I think Alma lives through the whole story. Where Tetra is, I think, the name of Delita's sister, and she dies. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Cid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose. My family's purpose. Yeah, that's what I thought. Go on. The world knows me as Genomis and Lexentale, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Ar-Azlam Durai. Ah. Durai is the name of the person who wrote that legend, in Final Fantasy Tactics at least. Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Durai papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. Yep. Surprised head tilt. You are tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Is Oran the guy who has Galaxy Stop? Or Celestial Stasis, as I guess they renamed it? Is that the right character? Hold on. Yes, it is. It is, actually. Well, yeah, he has Galaxy Stop, and he never joins your party. Both of those things are true. I forgot that he was, like, connected to that. I don't quite remember that one. Yeah, but he's like an astrologer, is the name of his class. And he has the funny ability called Celestial Stasis or Galaxy Stop that just makes the entire enemy team unable to do anything. I personally really like the name Galaxy Stop more than Celestial Stasis, which is just that but fancier. Celestial Stasis is apparently also part of the Astrologian job questline in this game. And also, the Astrologian level 3 limit breaks animation is based on Celestial Stasis from Tactics. Fun facts from the internet. Yeah. It is kind of sad, along with the changing of such lines as like surrender or die in obscurity and blame yourself or God, which were restructured. But I will say that the translation does have good sides as well, because there's a lot of lines that are good that I don't remember, but I do remember to sup on not but broth of bean. What was the whole line? To sup for months on naught but broth of bean? That one. That's correct, I think. A perfect script would merge the two and have an editor. But yeah, Argath actually made reference to one line that he says in the translation, the new translation, or the newer translation as well. where I think he said the gods have no eyes for chattel. In response to, like...
Broth of bean.
That's correct. He says that in response to, in the original game, he says that in response to people who are rebelling, like commoners rebelling against the nobility for their bullshit. And then Miluda, the person he's speaking to, says, "You speak of devils, not gods," and so on. But then, in the original translation, instead of like, okay, so Miluda says all men are equal in the eyes of the gods, and then Argath says men, yes, but the gods have no eyes for chattel, and Miluda says you speak of devils, not gods. In the original version of the translation, I don't know exactly what Miluda says, but instead of the gods have no eyes for chattel, Argath just says animals have no god, and Miluda just responds with exclamation points, which I honestly think is more impactful. You're like, Jesus Christ, Argath. But, yeah, that's an example of how sometimes fancying up the script is a little bit less impactful. That's also the scene that has the broth of bean, particular. It's very written like a, like a play. I hesitate to call it speaking from the heart when he's a piece of shit, but I guess he can have a shitty heart, so... Also, unfortunately, the game FAQs topic I found with that script in it has an advertisement for a pornography game of some kind, because the internet is never safe. But anyway. Following the War of the Lions, Zoran believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. Why didn't he just cast Galaxy Stop? The Durai papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults. The truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? Also very funny, actually, that this storyline is connected to Stormblood, when this was essentially, like, this is kind of a parallel to what happened in Heavensward, now that I think about it. Churches love to do this. Voice-acted coughing, I guess. The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. And face full life consequences. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy? Not that I doubt you, Genomius. But how do you expect to convince people of all this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? Yeah, that's fair, I guess. By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. I'm just thinking about Half-Life Full Life consequences now, because they said restore honor to the family name, which is close enough. Were it as simple as bringing forth the Chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago, but alas, it's not. The Durai papers, you see, are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome. The Ravenholm raid? Oh no. But for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. That's also true. I forgot about that part of Half-Life Full Life Consequences, actually. Then the diary stolen by the Banga bounty hunters. I'm afraid so. Everything we'd learned of the language was contained in those pages. Then we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript as well as some few translated passages. And of course, my father's impeccable memory. I've come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it's the last thing I do. It is as Master Garland said. He's a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. I'll do my best. Uh-oh. I thought those stones seemed suspicious earlier. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who've based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of a century. I think any scholar or historian worth their salt would probably be entirely willing to accept that new history has been discovered. And also, like, they'd be very interested, but I guess also some of them would probably be like, no. But they're not worth their salt, as they say. Murila is a very good name, I agree. I think it's possible to get Murila as your randomly generated last name if you are a keeper of the moon, and you try to generate some last names. I think there's also another NPC with Murila in the name somewhere, so this character has a sister somewhere, I think. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, Sucro, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise you. I forgot to open this venture coffer. I feel like Lena Murila here has been part of... I think you're right. Either the other Murila or this one has been somewhere in like seasonal quests or stuff as a quest NPC, I think. She looks familiar. I also keep thinking that characters like her might be present in like Realm Reborn Hildebrand, but I think that's completely different reporters that have like a similar uniform. They might have been in like the Songbird stuff. Yeah, if that's the Songbirds were part of the Rising, so seems like probably if at least two people think so. And by the way, there is another event quest happening soon for Easter.
Murila.
That's pretty good. Oh, by the way, also, I added Not But Broth of Bean as one of the haiku lines for Destroyed, in case you were wondering about that. And also Blame Yourself for God is in there too. I intend to keep adding more of those until there's a completely unreasonable amount of them. There are many that we haven't heard at all on the stream.
To the stars. When the lights go out. You want it? It's yours, my friend. Die 1,000 deaths.
Destroy!
Threatening Morshu haiku. I'm so happy with how that redeem turned out. It's very funny to me. I can get distracted for hours just sitting there generating my own haikus from my own funny button that I've created. I guess that's how I know it's a good button. Anyway. Uninvited. Lena Murila appears to have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. I'm sorry, I was talking to the Twitch chat. Sucro, where in the world have you been? Standing directly here. Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Exentail's research into the Aura site may have finally borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. Wait, I have to talk to you first. In her message, Alma mentioned a guest from Charlian. Someone your companion Sid Garland believed might be able to assist the principal's research. An archetype, I think, is the term she used. Okay, that's kind of funny, because you probably mean Archon. Is it just going to be Kryl? That'd be funny. Or like Y'shtola or someone. Is it going to be someone we know? It's me, Sucro. I'm a cat. I just wanted to say that. Sucro, Lady Murila, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlian, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings. Nod. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Y'shtola's idea.
I'm a cat.
That's correct. God, I wish. I'm going to have to read that short story about Estinian and Kryl that is canon at some point. And also Totaro is there. I think that's prior to Shadowbringers? So that could be... I forget if that's prior to Shadowbringers or after Shadowbringers. But I'll have to read at least that one. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. Oh, we don't know you. I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Charlian have made me a stranger here. You must be Sucro Funk, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. Sucro is approximately, and by approximately I mean exactly, 5 feet tall. And Mikoto is still appears to be slightly shorter than her. Nod. Sucro just hears, I thought you'd be taller, and just nods. I guess that's fair. She's just like, yeah, me too, actually. Or something like that. Let us speak of the crystal. Ahem. The Otius, one of but many Auracite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to regent. Nod. My apologies. The Otius is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is, rather, an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distant frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored my estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries. Though I must admit I lack sufficient variance to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the Academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again, this time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend. Oh, she has the echo. And also, I don't know what any of that meant either, and I have the echo. Sid's face here is pretty funny, actually. Gasp! My apologies, I merely thought... Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will. Nod. Don't worry, Mikoto. I understand. Don't be mean to her, yeah. She's just very excited about her special interest in crystal and ether. And forgot to try and explain it in a way that she's not used to. Sucro technically should know a lot about Arcanima, but I don't think she understands what is being said right now. Simpler, right. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena, and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which can only emit elemental energies, Auracite is tuned to not only absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. I understood that a bit more. Sucro apparently didn't. Try again. Don't be mean to Mikoto! I mean, you slipped into, like, fancier words at the end there, but I get the general idea. It's a crystal that absorbs, like, immaterial things such as, like, soul, basically. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the Auracite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Okay, maybe not quite what I thought. Fomentation? Are we just... What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the Otius takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Oh, so it's just like crystals, sort of. Ah, yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference, primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Auracite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. Sucro says something. Didn't we already see Auracite of some description? And like, yeah, Unekelhai or whatever his name was also mentioned Auracite. But we've seen stuff that was referred to as like white Auracite and whatnot, haven't we? I don't know if that's separate from this Auracite or not. But yeah, Unekelhai, or however you say that name, I forgot the name exactly, definitely also mentioned Auracite. Yeah, the white Auracite was used to kill Asians, right. I was slightly doubting my memory there, but yeah, it's a term that is used for a lot of things. We know from the Durai papers that Argath was never king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions, and he was kind of a shit. Not to say that kings can't be shit, mind you. Kings are usually kind of shit. Monarchy isn't good, anyway. Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he'd been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Auracite in his possession making realizing his desire to rule. I'm informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that's the case, it's possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the Auracite itself. I feel like that's just how bosses in MMOs work, Mikoto. They only have so many voice clips to be used. And they're often used to like telegraph certain attacks. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's only so many. That was the wrong, hold on. I'm trying to find something here. There's only so many voice lines you can put in a fight in this game.
Sloppy.
Like that one.
Sloppy.
I have to use the soundboard occasionally. That might have like echoed too, which is very funny. I have some other ones in here. I've shown these before.
Sickness must be purged.
And so on. But anyway. The bear noise? Did I play a bear noise on stream before at some point? Because I don't specifically have a... Oh, do you mean like... Do you mean Booma Die Wave? I played that one on stream before. But also, I think there's like pre-existent soundboard files that exist with this program as well. And I do have, there is a stock bear sound here. That one. So that also exists. I need to use my soundboard more often.
Soul Steel!
I've got some good things in here.
You are now a great adventurer.
I think the funniest part, one of the low-key funny parts about the soundboard is that it makes it look like I'm speaking the soundboard when I use it.
Dark Metamorphosis!
Shoutouts to anyone who recognizes where these lines are from.
Excuse me? I am mortified. Your defenses are weak.
Etc. Also the You Are Now a Great Adventurer one. What else do I have?
Welcome to bonus stage.
That is Greenade from Evolution Worlds, yes. You're close.
Well done!
Those are important ones.
I did it!
Also important.
The game's over.
Anyway, I got distracted by the funny buttons that I have. It's possible that the Aura site had a few battle lines. If the Durai papers are accurate, that would be good, yeah. If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Aura site took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, Sucro, put to the sword. Like, exactly the sword. Because, not like figuratively, but I do have an actual sword. It's just kind of funny that they would say put to the sword no matter what type of job you were playing as. Imagine if they swapped out the weapon of choice for whatever you were in this cutscene. Put to the book, put to the gun, put to the... whatever... yeah, the Milprive, the whatever the Astrologian weapon class is referred to as. Then you're saying the crystal could prove a threat. The Aura site, Alma, and not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough. There's no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Aura site should prove harmless, even beneficial. Put to the sword and also magic rock. Put to the heart bow, etc. Yeah. Put to the sword, parentheses large. To paraphrase, it's not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus' justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where after all was the harm of it if it allowed... Where after all was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents? You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? Much pondering. Phone call. Sid talking on the phone. Sorry, it was a spam message. They were trying to sell me chocobo fodder. Now that's an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. I don't know why I went with chocobo fodder as the spam call sales pitch. You can just buy Geschel greens basically anywhere. Have you heard of the new Geschel reds? Green is the old color. Chocobo warranties, mammoth warranties, maybe. Now that's an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. Don't worry, the OC of this questline is really cool and good. Time for me, beloved character that existed prior to this, to leave. I hope everyone likes the new character, bye! I joke, but Mikoto seems good so far. Great, time to touch the crystal of malicious intent. What I don't understand is, if the Duma was imprinted with Argath's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otius? Ramza realizing, oh, I should not be holding the crystal. I had the selfsame question and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Ramza, why won't you... Shall we speak of voices then? What of yours, Alma, our resident voice of dissent? You've done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never. You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? What? Oh. Sound of Moogle. Please tell me you can see that. Moogle dot wave. Kupo. Hello, Moogle. Ah, a Moogle. Yes. I don't know why, but this is... Oh. We've got someone... Oh no. Don't put a Moogle in a jar. We've got someone channeling the Hildebrand energy over here. Or the Godbert energy, more specifically, I guess. What does a fur-clad potbelly have on a bronze chest of rippling thew? I shall tell you absolutely nothing. Alright, company muscle. How much fur do you think that creature's hide would yield? Just hypothetically. Don't kill a Moogle! Is that not just the sweetest thing you've ever seen? You can see him, can't you? It's not just me. Wait, don't tell me. It's a maggle. Yes, Eorzeans breed them for their meat. I read all about it in Eat, Pray, Die, the Culinarian Guild publication, you know? They're meant to be delicious. No. Don't. What an entrance. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. Now, can someone tell me exactly what in the world it is? Mayhap we require a router. No. Nobody fucking knows what a Moogle is around here. Before Sid left, he handed me this queer contraption. Said it was an Allegan storage node, and that if I activated, I'd hear the principal's voice as if he were standing right beside me. Would you care to try it? An Allegan. They've woken from their slumber to punish us for the wanton misuse of their relics. What? Records found. Initiating query protocol. Ah. This is extra lore. I don't know what's up with the clothes, and I don't like most of the outfits of the people on this boat, but that's fine. Oh gosh. Did you want more text? Yeah, everyone on this boat needs to wear some pants and also shirts and also stop talking. Maybe I should just not talk to the random NPCs that often. As I mentioned, Ramza does not appear in the legend Delita's miraculous rise to power. For his part in the tale, we must look to the Durai papers. My ancestor's account states that Ramza was the youngest son of one of Barbaneth Beowulf. They pronounced the last name, but I didn't hear it because it was through a filter. Beowulf? Is that how you say it? The lord of a noble house of high standing. He was the same age as Delita, whom Lord Beowulf took in following the death of his parents. The two boys would have grown up together, side by side. Yet while the legends are strewn with references to Barbaneth's elder sons, his youngest is conspicuously absent. According to the Durai papers, this is because the Church of Glabados branded Ramza a heretic, and he had his name erased from the annals of history. My research has yet to reveal why the church would do such a thing, and why his own blood would seemingly condone the act. It's because to nobility, sometimes their title matters more than anything else. And the fact that their title gives them privilege over other people is something they will desperately cling to. And Ramza was like, hey, isn't that bad? And they were like, fuck you, and they threw him into a lake. Not exactly, but like close enough. For what it's worth, however, the author of the Durai papers was firmly convinced that Ramza was the true hero of the legend of Ivalice, a true Zodiac brave. So I should read all of this, like literally all of it. Okay. Delita was born into a family of serfs, the Hyrals, who tilled land owned by House Beowulf. I don't have to, I guess. When Delita's parents succumbed to the Black Death, Ramza's father took the boy and his younger sister Tietra. Okay, they added an I to that name. This is mostly a summary of tactics, I think. So, like, this is the background lore to this is also tactics related. Ramza's father took the boy and his younger sister Tietra into his home and raised them as he would his own children. It is at this time that I believe Delita and Ramza became friends, growing up as equals unbound by societal constraints of blood and birth. According to legend, Lord Barbaneth was quick to recognize that young Delita's talents extended beyond working the land, and so he used his influence to secure the orphan a place at the Garland Royal Military Academy. If the Durai papers are correct about Ramza's age, it would not be unreasonable to assume that he attended the same institution. The pair would not walk the same path for long, however. Following the untimely death of Tietra, the culmination of a tragic sequence of events set in motion by none other than Ramza himself. I guess technically that's true. Delita cut ties with the house to which he had been bound since birth and pursued his ambitions alone. Though they're virtually synonymous, this was Who Are the Zodiac Braves? Though they're virtually synonymous with Ivalice, little is actually known of the Braves and their origins. Legend has it that Delita, acting at the behest of the Church of Glabados, set out with a company of knights to recover the 12 lost Zodiac stones. This they duly did, earning themselves the moniker of Zodiac Braves. As you might expect, however, the Durai papers tell a different story. Oran claims it was not Delita who led the knights, but Ramza Beolv. How this discrepancy arose is yet a mystery, but one I fully intend to solve. What is Auracite? Legend paints them as holy relics created by the very gods of Ivalice themselves. Instinct and better judgment suggest they are similar to the ether-based crystals of the present day, but exactly how similar is something I will require more time to establish. One thing both legend and the Durai papers agree upon is that Auracite had the power to make manifest one's deepest desires, be they fair or foul. This is borne out by the fact that the stones are credited both with destroying Muland, city of the gods, and granting Delita the power to bring order to chaos in his kingdom. Auracite, I conclude, is precisely as good or evil as its wielder. Who or what are the Lucavi? Ivalician legend portrays them simply as demons, but I have a theory as to their true nature based on my own observations, and of course those of my honored forebear. The Durai papers tell us that when an Auracite is used with malign intent, it warps both body and mind, transforming the wielder at last into something no longer of this world. These beings, these others, are, I believe, one and the same as the twisted creatures you faced in Rabanastre. I actually forgot about that already. Defeating said monstrosities served to restore the Auracite to its original crystalline state, that of the Duma, which, again, is consistent with events described in my ancestors' records. I don't quite remember what you're asking if I remember, to be honest, because my memory is not very good. Who was Argath Thedalphus? According to legend, Argath Thedalphus, or Algus Sedalphus, depending on which version of the tale your nursemaid told you. Okay, that's funny. Funny little haha translations are different joke. Explaining how void scent work? I would have expected void scent to just be people transformed by the overwhelming, like, darkness energy in the void, but I don't know. I guess people also transform into void scent outside of the void. But anyway, was once heir to a high house which had fallen into disrepute through the ignoble conduct of its then lord, Argath's grandsire. Cursing his family's diminished circumstances, the youth turned his ire upon the only souls over whom he still retained any influence, the small folk. But Delita, hero of the common man, would not suffer this, and after trying and failing to reason with Argath, put him to the sword. They used Auracite to gain powers, and the idea is void scent are the mutated forms of people using Auracite gone permanent. Huh. That surely can't be true of all void scent, because Auracite is not that ubiquitous. But I'm not sure. The Durai papers, however, tell us more. They make mention of an heirloom passed down from generation to generation in House Thedalphus, a priceless jewel known as the Duma. Upon Argath's death at the hands of Delita, the power of the Duma, which young Thedalphus carried upon his person, was unlocked, and the Lucavi bound to it released. The stone duly gave form to Argath's fury, reanimating his body and granting him the strength to exact revenge upon the one who ended his life. Yet who should spare Delita that fate but Ramza, who battled the vengeful corpse unbeknownst to his childhood friend and finally brought peace to Argath's soul, though we know better. Now you may ask why Ramza would lend his blade to the selfsame man who forsook his ties to House Beolv. The reason lies in poor Ramza's own involvement in the murder of Delita's sister. It was Argath who fired the bolt that struck Tietra down, aye, but it was Ramza's earlier rescue of Argath that paved the way for the tragedy to follow. I don't think that's a legitimate way to blame somebody. I don't think you can be like, you helped this guy out before you knew he was an evil jerk, and then he killed someone, so it's your fault that that person was murdered. That's not correct. Though Argath was dead and Tietra avenged, Delita's bitterness endured and festered, and it was not long before he began to blame Ramza. Ramza, for his part, understood all too well the turmoil in his grieving friend's heart, and therefore chose out of respect to maintain his distance. So the question before us remains how and why a man twice consigned to the grave could rise again to wreak chaos, and in Rabanastre of all places. Did unscattered remnants of Argath's undying rage trigger a second reaction in the Duma, calling the Lucavi once more to our realm? Or was it something else? Something more sinister? The Wandering Dramaturge has a lot more voiced records. Who is Genomis in Lexentale? Genomis had been at the Magitech Academy for but a handful of summers when he founded his own theater troupe, and it was but a handful more before his plays began attracting recognition in various influential literary circles. Argath has returned! Yeah. Although Genomis is not a prolific writer, what he lacks in quantity he makes up tenfold in quality. The public especially adored the few pieces he both produced and starred in. So popular were his troupe's productions that admirers would have to book their seats a year or more in advance. And though he was widely regarded as one of the finest playwrights in the Empire, none was more surprised than Genomis himself when Emperor Solus Zos Galvus, in recognition of the young principal's accomplishments, presented him with his very own heirship. This has since become a source of considerable ire for the new emperor, but I think Genomis would have it no other way. You see, where his art is concerned, Genomis will not compromise. He will write and rewrite and then rewrite again until he's achieved what he believes to be perfection. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. He will create something so perfect that even his greatest detractor will be forced to acknowledge its genius. Critics applaud Genomis for his cunning, but I know it to be merely a byproduct of his inherent stubbornness. Genomis simply cannot, or will not, settle for anything less than the best. What is the Majestic Theater Company? Since its inception during Genomis' academy days, the Majestic Theater Company has been busily producing and performing some of the Empire's most memorable works. From tragedies to comedies, classics to modern adaptations, monodrama to musicals, there was nothing the Majestic couldn't do, and do brilliantly. At the time of the Zodiac Brave Story's debut, the theater was home to over 50 performers and stagehands, all living here on the Prima Vista. Now, well, you can see where we stand. What is the Zodiac Brave Story? The Zodiac Brave Story is a tale as old as time. Whenever the kingdom was threatened, be it by tyranny, evil forces, or realm-wide disaster, 12 blessed heroes would emerge to bring light back to Ivalice. Those 12 were known as the Zodiac Braves. Each era had its own Zodiac Braves: Mulenkamp, the Starseer, Saint Ajora, the assassin Ashley. I can list at least 5 others, but by far the most popular has always been King Delita. Ashley? I don't... Hold on. Yeah, it must be someone else. Also, that could be Vagrant Story, apparently? I googled some stuff. Is that also Ivalice? I forgot. I was right. Ashley Riot is the protagonist and player character in Vagrant Story. He's one of the most powerful risk breakers of the Finlandia Knights of the Peace. For some reason, I forgot the name of a character in Tactics Advance 2 and was like, was there a girl named Ashley in that? But no, there's a guy named Ashley in Vagrant Story who's the protagonist. Saint Ajora is also familiar. I think they're mentioned in Tactics a lot. I don't know Mulenkamp. Following the death of its king, Ivalice's long-standing Akasha dynasty finds itself without an heir. In an attempt to claim the throne, the Order of the Northern Sky under the banner of the White Lion and the Order of the Southern Sky under the Black Lion waged war, resulting in the death of thousands in a veritable stalemate. When all of Ivalice was at war with itself, he and 11 of his most trusted companions set out to bring order to the realm. Though not of noble birth, Delita would ultimately unite the land as regent, and the 12 became known as that era's Zodiac Braves. There's been much debate as to whether the legend is based on actual historical events or merely fiction, but most scholars agree that there's simply too little evidence to substantiate claims of Ivalice's existence. There are no ruins, there are no relics, and the stories we are left with, well, they're just that, stories. What's worse, there are so many of them, each with its own peculiarities, that only the most basic elements actually line up. Even some of the more recent renderings of the legend feature dramatic deviations, the most notable being that Delita was assassinated before even taking the throne, instead of becoming king after his marriage to Princess Ovelia Atkasha. But that has always been the trouble with bards and minstrels. You can't trust a single one of them not to change the story here or there for the sake of a rhyme. And so here we are, left in the dark without a light to ponder a mystery only the gods know. Not that I believe in gods, mind you. Who is the wandering dramaturge that we're speaking to anyway? How is the Majestics we're listening to? How is the Majestics telling different from legend? Oh, there's also a who are you, but I'll get to that. Unsurprisingly, there are many plays which attempt the telling of the Zodiac Brave story, but none have been as well received as the Majestics rendition. Too much word. When Dramatis told me he was considering his own retelling of the legend, I was not remotely surprised. When he subsequently revealed his intention to make it a musical, however, I nearly spat out my mead. It was a musical? Not content to simply write the play, he composed the music, penned the lyrics, and even saw to the damned choreography. I'd never seen anything like it. With the completion of the Zodiac Brave story, he proved his genius once and for all. The musical is divided into 5 acts, the first 3 focusing on Delita's service to the Church of Glabados, his first encounter with Princess Ovelia Akasha, and his subsequent oath to see her become queen. The final 2 acts move to the War of the Lions, culminating in Delita's betrothal to the princess, and their tragic end. The ensemble scene in which Delita, lost in his web of lies, reveals the truth of his plans to the gods on one side of the stage, while on the other, Princess Ovelia swears to the self-same gods that she will put the past behind her. Genius, a masterpiece of modern theater. What happened to Dalmasca? The Dalmasca Desert is a vast wasteland situated in the southern reaches of central Othard, sharing an eastern border with Nangsha. So large is the desert that it's divided into 2 regions, the Estersens and the Westersens. 30 years ago, the kingdom of Dalmasca was invaded by the Garlean Empire. When the king and his council refused to pledge fealty to the empire, war erupted, resulting in the end of the royal Benargan line. For 1,000 years, Dalmasca had maintained its independence, only to see it crumble in a matter of moons before the might of Solisus Galvus' metal-clad legions. Even the royal city of Rabanastre, the fabled desert sapphire, was not spared. Emboldened by the uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, resistance groups within Dalmasca have attempted coups of their own, yet all have been silenced, the Empire always seeming to know exactly when and where the insurgencies would begin. When I was a boy, I accompanied my father on one of his caravans to Rabanastre, and consider myself fortunate to have seen the royal city before its fall. The sight of its minarets bathed in the gold of sunset is something I will never forget. Who are you and what is a dramaturge? Who am I? A simple question with a not-so-simple answer. I can begin by telling you who I'm not, namely, a member of the Majestic Theater Company. I'm a playwright like Principal Lexentail, but unlike him, I've chosen to remain independent. Dramatis is an old friend, and when I heard he would be making the journey east, I asked if I could join him. You see, I too share many of the ideals that have fallen out of favor in the Imperial Court. As for who's the better writer, well, it's not for me to say. I will, however, admit to being a considerably slower writer, as my publishers will all too readily attest. To make matters worse, I've also developed a passion for cookery of late, and spend a great deal of time here assisting the galley staff in exchange for my passage on the Prima Vista. Perhaps a change of profession is in order. Do you know the Wandering Minstrel? The minstrel with the disheveled hair? A strange a fish as any I've seen, and I've seen plenty on my travels. Most bards simply retell the tales of high adventure, adding a twang of the lute here and a toot of the fife there for flavor. But the wandering minstrel is different. He seems more inclined to challenge his audience than entertain them. One might say he's a god creating worlds for his children to play in, or not. A god would never be caught wearing those spectacles. Still, there's much a playwright like myself might learn from such a fellow. After like 20 minutes, we've finally exhausted the storage node's text for right now. Yeah, it's a little bit of dunking on Yoshipi there. So, oh, you're right there. Ah, Moogle, how quaint. I didn't realize. Is that one of your fairies? No, it couldn't be. We're not over Eorzea. Call me then. I had no idea they were so rotund. So, for future reference, should I bother talking to like any of these people over here, or are they all kind of like bad? They seem to be largely incidental at best and bad at worst. Maybe the wandering dramaturge might be worth speaking to, but don't talk to them? Okay. Everything they've said so far has been pretty bad already. A Moogle, and a decidedly dusty one at that. Might this be one of your acquaintances, Sucro? Ah, a Moogle, yes. Don't just stand there, get rid of the thing. You're the liberator. Liberate this vessel of that pest. Okay, so I don't even have to talk to the dramaturge himself, just the orb. It's like nothing I've seen before. Can we keep it? Most intriguing. Is it alive? Yeah. Sound of being attacked in the woods by bombs or whatever. That's this music, I mean. Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo. I have no problem with Moogles. I maybe should have more of a problem with Moogles because I did do a little bit of their, like, quest line and there's some shenanigans there. I don't know. Guards, get this. Mont Blanc. The name is Mont Blanc, denizen of Dalmasca's desert, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire. But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kupo. Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad creatures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Banga, and the Viera might live in relative harmony with Hura Elizin and others. Minor races? What do you mean by that, Mikoto? You just mean like less common, maybe? I don't know. Yet there's no record of a prominent Moogle population. Most likely because we're neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. Everyone here is a little bit racist. Except for Sucro. Sucro's good. Moogle? I can only imagine she still refers to Viera as lesser races if you are one, because this was written before Viera were added. And, that's not good. Of course I'm a Moogle, Kupo. You'd think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now, about my admission to the Majestic. I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Stop being racist. You made the Moogle cry. You're going to hell. By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites, do you? No, Father. Very well then. Mont Blanc, what is it exactly that calls you to the stage, our stage? What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special. Something positively transcendental, Kupo. It was then that I realized I either had to be part of it or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? Herdy is also here. Mont Blanc is a reference to a Moogle from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and Herdy is a reference to a Moogle from Tactics A2. Final Fantasy Tactics A2. It's still A2, even though it's on the DS and not in an Advance game anymore. Which is why you don't say Advance 2, you just say A2. Ramza is not happy with us. Herdy, how did you... Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happened to meet, Kupo. Was it not but 20 nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember to he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? Yeah, that's also true. But how is one to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo. I forgot they were actually all, like, family. I forgot Mont Blanc and Herdy were related at all. And that destination is what? Mummer? Are you sure it's not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? These are all classes in the Final Fantasy Tactics games, except for Mummer, of course. Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. In the morning, I guess. Gasp. That is where you were mistaken, Herdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo. You want to be Delita? Kupo, 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 enough! The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troupe would need proof of valor before it could even consider. Critics are kind of scarier than monsters sometimes. Craven? Call me a cheat and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me a craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo. Wait, I issued no such. You are all here witnesses, Kupo. When I return to with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do? We do nothing. If that Batmole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zoa, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of derogation is molebat. What? And I should warn you, Moogles do not take kindly to those who use it. Mikoto, please. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Arya's wretched example? Mont Blanc would never have set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. Sucro, you're the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. Yeah. Don't, like... I thought Mikoto was good until she started being slightly racist and being like, actually, the correct slur is... Like, no. Don't do that. However did Ramza come to be so thoroughly obnoxious? He and his sister couldn't be more different. Yeah, Ramza should go in the garbage. Mikoto should also get a stern talking to. Muraila over here seems good. Junomi seems good. Alma seems good. The Mughals are up to some shenanigans, but Ramza is being a problem. I apologize. I must learn to control my anger, but sometimes it can be difficult. You saw the poor Mughal. He won't last a day on his own. You must find him and bring him back, I beg of you. Mughals are prominent players in Ivalician legend, but none of the tales mention their capacity for flight. Something lost in translation, perhaps? No, only the Griya are able to fly in those games. Shortly after arriving here, I was presented with a study which suggested that consuming large quantities of honey improved brain function. The results were so compelling that I almost felt moved to try. That is, until I saw the work had been commissioned by one of Eorzea's foremost confectioners. It made me long to return to Sharlayan. Forgive me, was there aught else you wish to ask? Oh. Tell me of the Auracite. In simple terms, I know. From what I have been able to discern, Auracite displays the uncanny ability to draw upon the will of its possessor and manipulate the formless ether into a corporeal manifestation. The resultant form can be maintained for as long as there is ether to sustain it. Principal Genomis has recently uncovered evidence which appears to corroborate my suspicion that Auracite is not a naturally occurring substance, but one created to serve a purpose, albeit a purpose I've yet to identify. Huh. That seems like a fun fact that, if it's true, we might learn much later in the game. Tell me of the Otius. Despite being in the Principal's possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibits none of the ethereal imprinting present in the Duma. In other words, the Auracite is yet to absorb any of Lord Genomis' ether. It is, for want of a better description, empty. Be that as it may, we still have no idea how it might be filled, its creators having neglected to include a removable stopper. Ahem. Tell me of the Duma. As you saw in the ruins of Lysalia, the Duma makes manifest the desires of its owner, on that occasion Argath Adolphus. When you defeated the would-be king, his ether was released from the Auracite and the attunement broken, rendering the crystal empty once more. Well, that is like a small fun fact. I will remind again. Let's not talk too much about anything I haven't seen in the game, or like that we haven't gotten to yet. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I'm just a polite reminder is all I intended. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and her companions, Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Rabanastre, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? Wow, okay. That does sound familiar. How dare he speak to his sister and the Mughal in that manner? I couldn't decide which is worse, the things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it's none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding that Mughal before he does something we'll all regret. Let's say we start nearby, Pier 2, perhaps? So, current opinion. Alma's fine. Genomis is fine, mostly. Like, these two are mostly okay. Muraila, good. Ramza, kind of a shit. Mikoto, I like her somewhat, but she's also kind of racist as well, so that's bad. So she's on thin ice, I guess. Anyway, We've spent far more time in dialogue than we have in actual gameplay. But that's fine, I guess. Probably. I get the vibe from Mikoto that she doesn't really, like... It's probably just like a result of... Like, she doesn't have a lot of ill intent, I guess. I don't know how to put it. Like, Ramza seems like he's actively a jerk, but Mikoto seems like she's more accidentally a jerk. In this case. Like, she doesn't really know better, I guess. Perhaps both of them will improve. I don't know why I've decided to not teleport around the town. Yeah, that's definitely the vibe that I get. Mikoto is extremely, like, neurodivergent vibes to me as well, so... Especially because of, like, how she was talking about Arasite and everything. Not sure how to talk to people exactly. I guess. I don't know. Relatable is what I will say. The Falcon Porter tells us that he's set a... I would like to clarify that the casual racism is not the relatable part. I try my best to not be discriminatory against anyone. That was probably understood, but I wanted to make it absolutely clear. Anyway, the Falcon Porter tells us that he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yangsha not a bell passed. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was also seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Mont Blanc. Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. I guess we're going over here now. So here's a question that will pertain a little bit, something that happens in the future, and I would like to ask those in the know to be careful with their answer. Does this have more or less words than the near raids? Because I seem to remember I did stream once the first part of the near raids when they released on my older character. And I feel like it took quite a while to, like, unlock those and get to those. So I feel like... I don't know. This has more words. I would also like for everyone to know that on my list of tasks to accomplish, I have been insistent in writing the near raids as Dunir Zone instead of anything else. Mont Blanc is having the shit kicked out of him by red chocobos, while these two are just watching. I mean, O'Reilly seems concerned. Herdy's probably seen this happen before. Two red chocobos. Lest you forget, red chocobos can cast a meteor. Like that. This was a nightmare when the raid first released. Interesting. I can begin to understand why that might be the case. I am slightly overgeared though. I would also like to state, since I mentioned Dunir Zone, I'll say in advance, though it is far away, that at this point in time, due to a lot of my own, like, personal, I guess, issues and whatnot that I've alluded to, that are all alluded to in the rules of the chat and whatnot as well, I do not like Nier. So you will have to forgive me in advance if you are a Nier fan and I get upset during those raids. But they will be covered, and hopefully they will not activate my issues too much. You might witness me throw the 2B outfit in the trash, though. I'll say that much. The 2B pants are Yoko Taro's plague on this game that will never be fixed. And I hate them. Anyway. Mont Blanc has an axe again. Again, as implied previously. Not something we've seen specifically. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He's been worried sick. Both Hurdy and Ramza were right all along. I'm a failure, a flop, a flailing, flapping, foppish failure, Kupo. How could I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Okay, here's what we do. We have a comedy where you play the role of the hero who thinks that they're, like, really powerful and cool and then is terrified of everything. Maybe that's a little bit on the nose and rude. I don't know, but I don't know. Moogle comedy? Maybe? Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero. Not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Sucro here was alone when she liberated Alamigo? Do you ever wonder why nobody mentions that name of that weird rabbit that's always everywhere? That's rude to say. Weird Vieira that's always everywhere, I should say. Also a little bit rude, but I feel like calling a Vieira a rabbit might lead into the accidental casual racism thing. I think too much about some things sometimes. And I say Sucro's a cat, but that's different. I don't know. Moving on. You're never alone on the battlefield. Unless you're soloing stuff, I guess. Never alone? So you're saying you'll always be there for me? For Mont Blanc? I think she was speaking metaphorically. Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved and Mont Blanc has escaped sans scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Yeah, the various randos as well, for sure. time for, I don't remember where in Kugane the way to get back to the Prima Vista is, and it's going to point me towards the Prima Vista, so I might not be able to find it. Or maybe it will point me to where the entrance is, actually. Maybe it's fine in that regard. Yeah, it is. I'm getting the impression, also, that we probably won't be able to clear all of the Ivalice raids in one stream. Because this is a lot. I am not in the right place. I guess that's up from here? Yeah. There we are. Reading everything out loud makes it slower as well. In some ways. Like, sometimes, not always. Not for everyone, but like, it probably takes time. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. Oh. How did you get here? Gun. Please, this ship is a place of peace. Release my sister or you'll answer to me. When the cat's away... I know you're probably referring to yourself or whatever, but also Sucro is... never mind. Put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bagamnan. You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never. Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith. Huh. So why did you kidnap Alma for a second then? Just to like make people listen to you for a second? I guess? This is all rather a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we've learned about the Aura site. Nod. You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain? After being emptied of Argath's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether. You're saying the crystal ate our captain? Not his body, no, only his soul. Well, that's not... His soul? Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves to the beasts they are when they put a knife to her throat. Ramza, stop being racist. Challenge. Impossible. First mole bats, now lizards? This one's tongue is pure poison. Agreed. Correct. Hide behind Sucro, she is the tank. The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. No. Ramza can't call people bad things. Stop it. Your failings? 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake and sweat at the memory. We were Fusiliers? I don't know how to say that word. In the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina. Nalbina fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Nod. Illustration. Magamnon was our captain, and once it was clear that the day would not be ours, Prince Razler, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelia, away from the fortress and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where the Garamsith waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive. For as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are not but cold-blooded lizards, deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap on us. Oh, this is like straight up Final Fantasy XII stuff? Or is it a reference to 12, or is it like specifically actually just 12? Because it's wild if like they're just saying 12. Ivalice is just in 14 and everything connected to it is just canon to this game. I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Magamnon is little different from that which drove Argath, the self-same emotions that were to nourish the Duma. She's smiling about this because she realized something, but not quite the appropriate emotion for the situation. Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian. She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather more of one. Ramza! Go into the garbage. Garlean lies! Charlian is not affiliated with Garlemald. What they say is true. If we do not find Magamnon and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where you might have gone? Any at all? Gasp. Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. That's convenient. Sound of book. Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is. Is this Dalmascan? Indeed it is. It says Ridorana. The lighthouse? Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mom across. The Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it's the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. Great. I think stuff like the Hell of Water has been in some of the Ivalice games as well. Yeah, it's fine. It appears yesterday's enemy is tomorrow's friend, but then where does that leave us today? The Banga who took us hostage were once royal fusiliers. Whatever could have driven them to this life of villainy? All that I know about Ridorana I learned during my lessons on Dalmascan geography, but no mention was made of Ivalician legend. While Principal Genomis seems convinced of a connection, I believe I shall reserve judgment until more is known. Is there aught else you would like to ask of me? Tell me of the Ridorana Lighthouse. There's a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping wall more than a mile across the Ridorana Cataracts. Okay, you're repeating stuff. So talking to Mikoto is mostly repeating things. Balanced on the tip of the raging gulf sits a tiny islet atop which rises an ancient lighthouse, its origins unknown. For centuries, the tower was manned by Dalmascan candlekeeps who labored from dusk till dawn to warn sailors of the perilous drop. Since the kingdom's annexation, however, the structure has lain vacant, assuming it's not been claimed by the island's wildlife. Tell me, is Ridorana truly as magnificent as they say? Huh? You've never been there? And here I was thinking you might have something to contribute. Ever since laying hands on the Duma, Bagamnan has acted strangely. He began speaking to the stone as if it were Prince Razler himself. At first, my brothers and I thought it was in jest, but he continued long after he thought us all abed. It is all true. My brothers and I were fusiliers to the royal family, and Bagamnan was our captain. We only laid down our flintlocks once we realized our failure. We Banga live long. Any other race would think it a blessing, but to me and mine it is a curse. More summers mean more suffering. Ridorana, if it were up to me, we'd never go near the place. You see, we desert Mughals are not, how would you say, in our element around water. Alright, we cannot swim. Sink like sledgehammers we do, Kupo. Do I know of Ridorana? Of course I know of Ridorana. Now, have I ever been there? No, cannot say that I have, Kupo. My fellow thespians are wont to claim that the Ridorana Cataract is a one-way gate to the Seventh Hell. Well, I'm not about to take their word for it, neither am I inclined to put their theory to the proof. All of these people will now be ignored. Wandering dramaturge still maybe. Anything else over here? No. There certainly is a large cast of main characters still, though. I must admit to knowing little of Ridorana save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there's any mention of the Abyss. But I guess? I mean, water can be pretty scary. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest. I wonder... I was going to say that I wondered something, but then I answered my own question, and then I said I wonder, and then I realized I answered my own question in my brain, and then I stopped. Our studies reveal that Ridorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Dalmascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress once manned as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeeps abandoned their post after the fall of Rabanastre, but if Pharaoh Sirius offers any indication of what can befall the lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all this ties in with Ivalician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of a Ridorana. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Ilsabardian history with our translations of the Durai papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, this music is way too dramatic for this. I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ridorana. So there's not actually 7 hells? Huh. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was is that something I'm supposed to be able to know at this point in the game? Is that something the game addresses, or is that just an outside fact? And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Okay, that's an outside fact. Ramses' discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if, at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. It is as Ramza said, only by visiting the lighthouse will we be able to confirm our theories. All that I know about Ridorana I learned during my lessons on Dalmascan geography. Okay, you already said that. We are bound for the lighthouse then, of course we are, but do not try and tell me this has anything to do with helping the Banga. But it does, I think? I mean, like, at least for me. More? Why the sudden reluctance to reveal their suspicions? The lack of certainty never stopped Ramza from pronouncing on things in the past, or his father for that matter. I'm not afraid to speak what my brothers are thinking. The captain was a fool to believe that the Duma could bring back our fallen. Now his faith in legends and fairy tales will be his end. If anything were to happen to the captain, We do not ask that you forgive the past actions of our leader, only that you show him the same kindness that you would anyone in need. Do not be fooled by my brother's false bravado. We are from a tribe of desert Mughals, many of us never having seen more than an oasis pond, let alone an endless ocean. The mere sight of water should be enough to frighten him back to the airship. Our first adventure, how exhilarating! Who invited me, you ask? Why, that tall one over yonder, with the face, Kupo. An image? Wow. That sure is an image. Is this just like an image they showed at a fan fest for real? And not any sort of edit? Give me a moment. This is the image in question. It, explains things pretty well, I guess. So, yeah. Thank you.
Heck, 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 heck. Gunshot sound effect.
Saying heck that many times so quickly almost sounds like a gunshot sound effect of some description. The Ridorana Lighthouse lies far from civilization. You'd be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventurer always comes prepared, or an adventurer usually comes prepared. I shall return soon. This is a good dialogue box. Of course. Oh no. Are you suggesting that the 7 hells or the 6 hells are basically the same as the 4 kings? I think that's the joke you're making. I guess this is the hole in the ocean. And the lighthouse? The Ridorana Lighthouse. This reminds me extremely of the time I played Dragon Quest Builders 2 and broke the ocean. And then I decided to configure my island around some sort of mythology of like evil ocean deities that kept saying the ocean was never broken and so on. That's probably an idea I should reuse outside of Dragon Quest Builders 2 someday. Because it's kind of a cool, like, weird, slightly unsettling idea. Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it's best if we split our fellowship into 2 parties, one to delve into the tower's depths and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition subleader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. Don't call them that. Sucro, get spyglass. Damn it, brother, where are you? The water is very loud here as well. Like, understandably, perhaps. Oh. Normal music. Captain, Captain, give us a sign! This music might be from... No, this is still Tactics, I think. Let's get a fancy zoomed out view of the lighthouse while we're here. It's basically like the Final Fantasy VII logo. Or not logo, but like box art or whatever. Key art, one of those. Look, also I needed a video thumbnail for later. The lighthouse looks like it's seen better days. I dare say we have a handful of Imperial dreadnoughts and 30 years of disrepair to thank for that. Shivering? Me? My fur is simply standing on end from the ambient ether. Yes, the ambient ether in the area. Can't you feel it, Kupo? Oh right, this is the one with math in it. Where in the king's name are you hiding, Captain? Don't worry, Captain. This lot are with us. They won't hurt you. I mean, Midgar kind of is a giant hole in the ground, actually. Or like, it's in a giant hole in the ground. And it's like deteriorating the earth to the point where it's maybe making a giant hole in the ground. Like, I think I get what you mean, but still. Time to look around. This location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign of Bagamnon. Be good. Thought I saw the cursor flicker. Slightly, not quite as bad as the other M pixel hunts, I think. You found him? Let me see. Seems wounded? He needs our help. Nod. That's true. Prince Razla, Princess Ashelia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It's all my fault. I could not save you. Could not save anyone but myself. I'm so sorry. Bagamnon, wait! Uh-oh. Traitors, have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You're mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. Oh dear. I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess? The Duma. Yeah, I thought that was Gabranth, probably. It has him, Kupo. It's showing him what he wants to see. Livia? Witch! Murderess! No! Seeing the Moogle as like a Magitech sentry drone is kind of funny. Rams is just like, math. Oh, a gunshot. Gunfire? Sucro did something cool. Uh-oh. Sucro killed. Bagamnon! So this is the end. Hey, didn't we just learn about how these... Yeah, we definitely just learned about how these can make you not be dead. Recite the words, satisfy the covenant, relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Hey! That's the opening text crawl in the intro to Tactics. Like the little intro FMV, that's what the words in it say. You can't do that. Look at me, brother, look at me! It's in sword etched he his fading memories. Don't you die, not yet! In stone his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. By sword tested, by stone revealed. I don't think anyone quite knows exactly what's happening. That light, where have I seen it before? Oh no. Yeah. Gross. Was it a skeleton arm? It was more of a pulsating, gross mass of an arm. But I guess there was also bone there, maybe? Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? Like, understandable. Probably. I would agree with this plan of leaving. Hey. We have to use more Final Fantasy Tactics music. What music do we put here? I don't know, cheerful world map music? Yeah, I think I noticed that. I was fully prepared to fend off the abomination when he vanished, Kupo. I dare say he took one look into my eyes and lost the will to fight. Don't you tell me he's gone. He's not. He's stronger than that. He's the strongest Bangai you'll ever meet. He'll tear his way out of that Lucavi and crush it under his foot. There can be no doubt now, in the wrong hands, the Arasite is a danger to us all. Something must be done, and quickly. Had Bagamnon not stolen the Duma, he would still be alive today, and we would not be faced with confronting another Lucavi. The lizard only has himself to blame. The captain's dead. I saw the light leave his eyes, and now we're alone. I cannot, will not believe that there's nothing left of Bagamnon in that creature. We can still save him. We can! According to Father, the Durai papers speak of the Arasite as a holy stone, but I have seen nothing holy in what it did to Argath and Bagamnon. Most interesting twist. I'd assumed the Arasite would act more swiftly upon the weak-willed, but mayhap I was mistaken. Could it be that the opposite is true? That those possessed of a strong will are more susceptible to its influence and not less? There are so many questions. But we are not entirely without answers. Is there aught else you wish to know? I think my brother has had more than enough fun for one day, Kupo. Perhaps it's time for a sleep spell. Alright, make it sleep 3. I don't know if there is a sleep 3 in most games. It is as we feared then. Bagamnon's soul is lost. Anyway, here's the world map music. Wait, I forgot I did the Palace of the Dead and didn't open these at some point a little bit. Also, actually, yeah, Rabanastre was on my Wondrous Tales. Oh shit. I'm really close to 2 lines. It won't happen though. I'm actually, yeah. Kasnoose, yeah. We'll worry about this later. Annihilation. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Bagamnon is beyond saving, that we cannot suffer what's left of him to become a distraction. I feel like this series of raids could use... Yeah, I will reset one of the easier options to clear later, probably. I feel like this raid should have had editors. Yeah. Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest. We are meddling with forces beyond... Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. God dang it, Ramza. While Sucro was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gaug. Gaug? I'm guessing. The what work city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gaug was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the Durai papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason the land was limited was because the land in question was and is land? Why is... It was an island. The way you've emphasized island here is strange. But that's fine. Average city has 1,000 interlocking gears. Factoid actually statistical error. Clockwork City Georg is an outlier and should not be counted. Okay, that's good. Tempting to just refer to it as Clockwork City Georg from now on. Oh, that's the wrong button. But that would still not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gaug's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one which could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there's no mention of Ridorana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest of the possibility that we Garleans are descended in part from the displaced citizens of Gaug? Why did you look at the camera for that? It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of Allegan technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ridorana Lighthouse stands atop what is left of... That necklace, where did you get it, girl? It was my mother's. Your mother's? It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask? Agamemnon had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And what are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it, or my late mother? Ramza, stop. Neither. I spoke of their similarity, that is all. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way, or anyone else's for that matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now we have a lost city to explore. The Ridorana Lighthouse, now accessible. We made it! Yay! Just kidding, there's more dialogue. Well, it may seem that I only call upon you when danger rears its ugly head. I assure you nothing could be further from the truth. You seem unconvinced. Perhaps we should speak of this upon your return from the Clockwork City. Since my fool of a brother insists on going ahead with this farce, you have a responsibility to not only ensure he returns safely, but that he does so a fully fledged warrior. Though I'd settle for the return safely part if push came to shove, Kupo. My heart cries out to join you on your journey into the depths of Gaug, but my head tells me that I would pay for the privilege with my life. I've received no martial training, Sucro. Whatever wonders await you, my place is here on the Prima Vista. This necklace, why is it so special? I'm frightened, Sucro. I cannot and will not believe that there's nothing left of Bagamnon in that creature. Okay, you've said that before. Captain's dead, said that before. First the Salia, now Gaug. What other wonders might slumber beneath our very feet? Oh, you thought I might be joining you on your journey into the heart of a 1,000-year-old nest of fiends? Sorry to disappoint, Sucro, but a detailed account of any swashbuckling upon your safe return will suffice. Or failing that, a body. That would make for quite a story. Now is not the time to get your fur in a frizzle, Mont Blanc. Breathe, breathe. I am a warrior of legend. I am a warrior of legend, Kupo. Well. Time for me to be right back again. I've spoken way too many words in the last recent time of however long it took to get from part 1 to this. Oh, BRB. Oh no. Sucro's thoughts on bone milk? Sucro doesn't have any thoughts on bone milk on account of not having interacted with it. But I think she would be confused and upset by its existence, perhaps. Also, No Man's Sky was technically Monday, which I guess was at least partly yesterday because of it going past midnight in my time zone. Time is fake. Yeah. So, here's what I think is going to happen. We can do Ridorana Lighthouse, and then whatever immediately happens after that, and then that's enough. I can't read 5 volumes of book worth of text more today. That was good speak. I need to not... They need to edit this. They needed to edit this. But yeah. This means that Friday, assuming I feel well enough to stream this, will be the rest of the Return to Ivalice and something else, I guess? I don't know. Or it could just be a short stream that's just the rest of this, because it might be a while still. Why are we listening to the world map music anyway? That seems like it's the opposite of the mood that's happening right now. Allow me to check the Sucro plans. That would have been the plan. If by 6.2 you mean 4.2. Yeah, okay. But yeah, the plan would be that, and then 4.2, and then the quest line that is a series of trials. And then 4.3, and then Heaven on High in there somewhere, and so on. But also, like, there are some things sitting around that would work potentially as just like a short thing to add on to whatever is going on, like the Rathalos trial, which I don't think is a particularly long quest line. But also, I get the feeling that, like, I might just want to not cover too much else after the rest of this, because I know that enter the tiring room does not mean a room that makes me tired, but I think all of the reading and casual racism that is happening from Ramza is a bit tiring, I would say. Can I go this way? That's fair too. So it could just be a shorter stream, and that would be fine. Wait. Oh, I never discarded that. That's fine, that doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm going to end up with the opinion that, like, the raid, the gameplay parts of the Ivalice raid are pretty fun and neat. If a little, like, panic. But, like, the story really needed some editors, and also some of the characters are... I mean, I know that the point is that they're gonna get better, but Ramza's just really unlikable. And like, Alma doesn't really do much. She just spends most of her time looking worried about Ramza being a shit. Like, staring at him aghast in cutscenes. Oh yeah, that's right. I knew this in the back of my mind, but this is the same writer as the Bozja writer. So when I do that eventually, which I might... Yeah. What do you mean they've exiled basically everything he's written to the Nightmare Dimension? Exactly. You mean that they're not like letting him write anymore in this game? Or what? Oh, okay. There was a falling out of some sort. Oh, I get what you mean. You mean they're not like continuing any like plot threads or whatever. They're not using any of the stuff that was set up by the writer of Ivalice and Bozja. Gotcha. I will say that I guess I could talk about, I tried Eureka some, and it just didn't really like hold my attention at all. And I think Bozja is like, in terms of like design, somewhat similar to Eureka, but I don't really know that to be sure. It probably doesn't have like the unique elemental stuff, but it has its own unique mechanics. And I will not, in all likelihood, ever stream anything from Eureka or Bozja, and I'm probably not gonna bother with the rest of Eureka because it just isn't, it doesn't hold my attention. However, Bozja would give me a really cool sword if I did all of it. If I did the entire Shadowbringer's relic weapon line for Paladin. Oh right, yeah, there is that one trial at the start of it. We've talked about that before. I think that's on my list of stuff to cover somewhere. But yeah, most of Bozja I probably won't cover in any meaningful way. But I might try and like play through it to get the Blade's Honor, or rather the matte replica Blade's Honor specifically. And I'm sure if I do that, I will have thoughts on the story of Bozja that I will be able to share at some point. But, like, that's a maybe. Oh yeah, for sure, the jumps are a bit weird. Which makes it even funnier that they have this ridiculous jumping puzzle that they ask of you. Okay. That is a good point. I hadn't really thought about it. Also, there's a lot of really awkwardly placed invisible walls. Hey, this is as far through the Kugane Tower jumping puzzles as I've gotten with Sucro. I just sort of casually did that. Presumably there? I've done this before, I think, on a different character. No way, that's the jump, right? That doesn't look doable. I'm scared. Yeah, okay, that's not the jump. Okay. But what is the jump then? Is it this? This could be it. This is making me more nervous than the tanking was, actually. Yep. Failure. I didn't have enough acceleration in my jump for that. Ugh, that was almost too far. Invisible wall. Thanks, invisible wall. You're my best friend. Just kidding. Hitbox discrepancy. Sound of someone crashing to the ground. Oh, it's Aya. Sound of Aya crashing to the ground behind where I was. There we are. There she goes again. I accidentally held forward slightly after landing because my hands are sweating. Freaking tower. Average wait time, 15 minutes. Time elapsed, 14 minutes and 32 seconds. Of course. And all this progress will be lost because I will be teleported backwards to elsewhere. Naturally. Oh well, I missed the same jump anyway. This is just like playing Squid Jump while waiting for a match in Splatoon 1 on the Nintendo Wii U. Party member has withdrawn from duty. Aha. What? Okay. How do I... Ah, it's... Hey! Da 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 da. But that's not all. Where's the damn other Chaos Emerald? I mean, where's the lamppost? Oh. Very well. Is the lamppost from here? Is that correct?
To the stars.
Oh, why am I stuck
Climb up
dabbing?
Mount Ordeals. The beauty made his eyes moist. Use minion roulette.
Destroy!
I should consider changing that line to the beauty made their eyes moist, because I would like to gender neutral all of those. Okay, which one is it? I can't see the point of interest from here. Ah, it's red mage time also. The one with the light. Do I run off from the post, or do I run from, like, looking directly at it, or what? I don't have Peloton, well, unless I switch jobs. I know sprint needs to be used, but I'm afraid. I'm very scared. I mean, I guess I've proven I can get back up here, so... To the stars! Well, that was clearly extremely incorrect. So, everything everyone had said implied that I did not need to jump. Nobody said the word jump. There's runoff at the right angle, there's... yeah. Ah, well. I was intending to follow directions very specifically, and nobody said the word jump, so I didn't jump. It's not that the jump did not jump, it's that nobody said to jump. I don't mean to blame anyone. I'm just saying that that is what happened. Very rude of them to design these 2 points of interest this way. Ah, I've been diagnosed with failure to jump. By the way, the beauty made his eyes moist is also a Monster Party reference. Which is why it says his, because it's talking about Mark. But that combined with climb up mount ordeals was a little bit perfect for that, actually. I'm suddenly unable to do this at all. I've used all of my power. Ah, well. Just pretend that I got the other point of interest. I mean, whatever. All right, then. We will discover Bagamnon here within the lighthouse. I'm certain of it. Is this going to be an immediate fight at the start as well? Yes. Did Bagamnon the Duma give life to that creature? Bamford, the darkening cloud. I don't have any notes for this boss. Tide Pod. Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. I have no notes written down for this boss. I think I forgot to look at them. So that's fine, I guess. Or they don't do anything. That's worth noting, maybe. Ow. Okay. Just running in circles, I guess. That was my bad. I think the only note I have for this boss is a more general note of don't forget that the red triangles mean to stack with other red triangles. Which I forgot, so, you know. That's fine. The night beckons once more. Oh, I'm Alliance A this time. Ancient engraving. No way to read that in time without slowing down 1,000 people. They shouldn't put readable things in grades. This pattern, it is unmistakably. No, it cannot be. The city remains functional after all these centuries. Let us access the teleportation, or the transportation nodes. I guess this is also kind of the... Well, no, this is mostly just like your running around segment. Mutant. It does look pretty cool. I'm just distracting these while everyone else deals with the rest of them, I guess. That seemed like a reasonable idea, at least. Maybe? Cube! Oh yeah, there was an enemy that looked like it was called Bunoi or something. The heat is almost unbearable. Could this be the heart of the lighthouse's beacon? Okay, this is time shenanigans, boss. Also, the ads have to be spread apart. Children of War, I am Belias. Come warm your hands at my fire. Divine Veil is very cool. Time waits for no one. You have to watch to see where the hands are going, fast or slow. Bound by the march of time forevermore. I don't know what that means. I didn't write anything down about this part. Rise, little minions, heed my call. Okay, I guess that's far apart enough. Whatever. I think 2 tanks were on 1 minion there. Are you not yet Ash and Bone? All hands point to death. I don't know where to... I'm assuming pointing these away is a good move. Oh. Well, that's fine. Since I'm a tank, that's okay. Wait, why am I dying? Did I just completely not notice getting hit there? I think I didn't. I'm also slowed. Wait, no. There we go. Your wrath might eclipse mine. I've discovered another device. The architecture here is similar to that of out of the lighthouse, yet something feels off. The air is so thin. The Moogle was saying, and I would climb 5,000 yalms. I believe you succeeded in clearing another path. I got gauntlets. Well. These golems, I believe I know where we are. Oh, both healers in my alliance died. Oh no. Okay, one of them is back. The Clockwork City of Gaul. This is a pretty cool environment. Who's ready for math? Aria's final line of defense is upon us. We must proceed with the utmost caution. Warning, warning, entry prohibited. Prime numbers are 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11, says the chat. Intruder alert, readying variable weapon systems. Oh wait, yeah, 1 isn't a prime. Oh no, that person was wrong. Initiating subject dismissal. I've also just realized I haven't used the food buff yet. Anomalous intelligence levels detected. Reduction authorized. Booting basic computation protocol. Basic computation protocol loaded. Initiating lesson. Subtract. Okay, I now have 6 HP. Command, align current vitals with specified multipliers. Calibrate to multiples of 5. Oh wait. Wait. This adds. Okay, it's 10. Correct. Wait, you can still fight during this part. Calibrate to multiples of 3. Okay, I don't need to move. Sick. Okay, we did it. Inaccuracy will be punished. Re-education failed. Subject dismissal approved. Including Tartarian protocol. Initiating processing sequence countdown. 25, 24, 23, system error. Is this good? Oh. I think messing with your HP also is an interesting part of the mechanic, so. Cool dance! When do we get that dance as an emote? I have mastered numbers. I just realized I could have said that. Do we have to do math more than once per fight, or what? Oh, is that just move away? Maybe? Okay, it's math time again. Increasing difficulty. My HP is 4. Align current vitals with specified multipliers. Calculate to primes. 7. Oh wait, no. You have to stay in the pool. I'm dumb. I messed up due to a weird mechanical problem. Multiples of 3. Oh, that's a 2. Wait, 9 is not a prime number. Yeah. The only time I messed up at math is because I forgot I had to stay in the circle. There's no mistaking it. We're in the legendary clockwork city of Gaug. Do you think people will initiate the fight before the cutscene is over this time?
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine.
Surprise voice acting again.
Come!
Gross.
The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
Anyway, here's Yasmat. Yasmat? Yasmat. Isn't this like the super boss from 12? I think I was the only person watching the cutscene again. I'm guessing I need to be over here.
Empire is a cancer! And I am the barber's blade!
Okay. Okay, there was another person watching the cutscene.
I'll tell you! Live from live!
Dang, that's relatively more of a heck and tank buster than usual. I seem to have stolen the aggro.
Escape this! Agony and sorrow! Your suffering is not yet over. You will not have mercy.
Okay, I'm in the right place already. Oh.
Escape this!
Very well.
I will also transform into having a voice filter. Generally speaking, you just need to have the opposite color when the event colors happen in this one.
Like a knife through butter!
Voice filter versus voice filter. Oh, okay. So that's what that means.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Other tank are dead, which is why. Yeah, that's fair.
Escape this!
Or the other warrior is dead. Or the warrior who was the main tank is dead. The other paladin is alive.
Your pain is my pleasure.
Well, since I am the main tank, I will not worry about the ads right now.
You will not have mercy.
Okay, I am now minus.
Your suffering is not yet over.
So I need to be over here.
Agony and sorrow. I, the captain, shall deliver the king's justice. Feel the wrath of my brothers!
If you were on the wrong, like, polarity or whatever, when that happens, you get thrown out of the arena and die instantly.
You will pay for what you have done! With blood!
Okay. I don't think I'm the correct alliance to be over here, but I was right next to this demon, so you know.
This is far from finished, Guardians! Like a knife through butter! Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tear you limb from limb! You will not have mercy!
Okay, I am plus
Like a
now.
knife through butter!
Means I need to be over here.
Agony and sorrow! Feel the wrath of my brothers!
I used my invincibility for that.
I, the captain, shall deliver the king's justice!
Forgot I had passage of arms this whole time.
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tear you limb from limb!
Uh-oh.
My wounds give me strength! Enough! Like a knife through butter!
There's something very silly about giant scary creatures saying like a knife through butter threateningly, repeatedly.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Didn't stop, made it pop? What is that achievement name?
Skipped me in this life,
Whatever.
but I shall be waiting in the next.
Hooray! I was the main tank for the majority of that. Okay, that's definitely a Final Fantasy XII victory theme, which makes sense. The Ridorana Lighthouse, complete. Poor rolls all around. I'll give the other healer a commendation. I want these. Someone's delaying in the hopes that their low rolls everyone else might give up or something. I don't know. If they don't roll. But I'll wait. Just in case. Or maybe they forgot to roll. There are many explanations for this phenomenon. I don't know what that means, but it sounds probable. Oh, okay. I bowed to the exit by mistake. One commendation. I got one math wrong because I didn't stand in the circle. I didn't continue to stand in the circle by mistake. Oh, I see. That is the same kind of necklace. Oh, there's necklace. But what's it doing here? Unless... No, it's the identical one, you goof. Ow. Yay, Ramza died! Just, he's not actually dead, probably. And that still... Even if someone sucks, it's not really great and they just get destroyed like that, necessarily. Unless they really suck. He's technically on the side of good. Kind of. Anyway. Okay, they're similar, but not identical. Alma? Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Bagamnan's possession? Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh no, I did see you had a disconnect warning. Oh, that might have been why the rules didn't finalize. Actually. Oops. Oh, they are. Auracite. Auracite? And what makes you say that? Oh, okay. Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? Gotcha. Do you recall me telling you that Bagamnon considered the necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Razzler. He was to return it to Princess Ashelia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress. A family keepsake. Of course, in each necklace, each auracite has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the auracite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I'm well now. From what we know of the Duma and the Otius, vestiges of one's will may endure in an auracite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to
return to Ivalice? It's the title of the raid series.
I feel like you're not allowed to do that. But who could that have been? Ramza Beowulf. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then, why show us Lysalia and Gaug, you ask? Simple, we're being tested. The auracite is measuring our worth, seeing if we're deserving of that truth. I don't know, I think you're making that up. You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we've uncovered suggests anything of the kind. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you that they're misplaced. For now, I must ask you to trust me, Lady Murila. Lady Murila? Since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course I am, sister dearest. I've never felt better. Suspicious. Ramza is sus. I sense a disturbance in the ether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Ivalicians. It's proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Otius, we can finally prove. Thank you, Sucro. I know not what came over me. Concern. Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? And here we are. Another adventure under our belts, eh, Sucro? I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Lysalia, now Gaug. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexentale's claims, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Genomius has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there's the curious case of Ramza. At Alma's throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to, yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. And I believe that would be the beginning of the final part of this. Guess whose armory chest is full? Hooray. Wait, where am I going? Why am I going to Gridania? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to go to my apartment. But yeah, it's been almost 5 hours of total time live. Total time in the actual recording is 4 hours, and if we give it just a moment, 4 hours and 50 minutes. So, yeah. I think that'll be enough for right now. That was raid parts 1 and 2 of Return to Ivalice. So I suppose Friday will be part 3 and I guess maybe epilogue of Return to Ivalice if they have an epilogue. It'd be very funny if it was somehow extremely short. But hopefully that was an enjoyable stream. I guess I also climbed the tower and then missed the final jump because I forgot you had to actually jump there. But yeah, that's fine. I'll do that elsewhere. So that was a bonus, I guess. I'm glad that it was a good stream. And people are thankful for the stream. So yeah. So far, my conclusion is that a lot of the characters are not very likable. And the writing really needs an edit, but the raids are fun. Or really needed an edit. I wouldn't say they should go back and edit it, because I don't think that's really feasible or necessary at this point. But yeah. Yeah, the raid went pretty well. I ended up being the main tank for the final boss. By happenstance. I got 1 commendation. I think I overall did okay. Also, I'm going to need to do these raids more to get other pieces of the armor, because I only got gauntlets from each of them, and maybe a visor or something. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. Friday will be, as I said, part 3 of Return to Ivalice. And I don't know if I'll do anything else after that. It might be a bit much, and I might need to take a break after that, because there was a lot of reading. And as usual, I would like to ask that if you're not already following, consider following. If you know anyone else who would want to consider following, spreading the word is very helpful. If you're interested in any other links, such as social media or places you can support me with money, which is not necessary, you can go there. And if you're interested in a funny brand survey that may or may not actually have any meaning, that most of you have probably already voted on if you had any interest in doing so, you can go here. And yeah. It makes it a lot easier to do all the self-advertisement when I can just type it in the chat. And on that note, I hope everyone else, like besides me, I guess? No, me included. I hope everyone has a good rest of the day. Good night, everyone. Good whatever time it is where you are.